Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Derek, thank you for the gifted memberships. And Redacted, thanks for becoming a member or renewing your membership. How are folks doing today? I see that YouTube is sticking with their odd names. I think you'll see that inconsistent across channels for a while. I'm assuming that they are moving over to this. So we're just gonna have to get used to it. So, hey Nogarat, hey Bob, hey Alex, hey Sanity. We've got Alan and Aetherling. So I read the names. It's going to be very difficult for a good long while for me to automatically translate those. So I say what I read. Hi Hero, hey Ken, hi, hey Holtz, hey Tuxedo. Hi Delvin, how are folks? Donnie Wallen, thank you for being a member for almost 2 years, and it has been awesome. Hey Tactical Printing, hey Kevin, Greenbeard, hey Raj. Oh boy, I'm feeling pretty good. Just to put that out there, I'm feeling basically normal. For anybody who wasn't here on Wednesday, apparently I did bring an unwelcome guest back with me from Vice. Along a few other people did as well. Thanks for being a member, Aetherling. Rod, thanks for being a member. 39 months. When did I get the drill press? About 4 years ago, Alex, and welcome. Hey, the Reverend. Tuxedo, thanks for being a member for 32 months. Yep. Yeah, I brought an unwelcome guest back, but the treatment, the Paxlovid treatment, it really works well for me. I've had COVID 3 times. I've taken that all 3 times, and it's definitely been a very minimal side effect, good thing for me. I know some people don't have the same experience with Paxlovid, but yeah, Phoenix is back in place. Searching Facebook Marketplace for a cheap drill press. Yeah, this one, I am glad I bought it when I did, because it's gone up in price a lot since I bought it. That's a Nova, what is the model on that? Voyager, or Voyage. It's a DVR drill press. It is very fancy. Ian Bit, I don't know what your display name used to be. Thank you for being a member. Raj, thanks for being a member. Laid up in bed, threw my back out. Ew. Back in place and functional, yeah. Hey, Lol. I recognize the avatar. And then, I mean, your name makes sense. Oscar is ruling. Mm-hmm. Hey, Control. Could get itself together. Yeah, I suspect that this is the new norm, folks. There is a way to go in and change your name in YouTube. I don't have the steps to go by. And hey Dom. So it might be something that folks might want to look at if you care. So doing the member thing. Hey Thomas, thanks for being a member. Hey Brian. I don't like the name change either. But hey, real quick, before we really get started, I did a big print, well, big area print. It didn't turn out all that fantastic, but it's a little stringy. This is Pet G, and apparently not enough top layers for the infill I used. But the idea here is that this fits in my drawer. Hey, you can see that in the little view. Yeah, that will fit. It is the entire size. Here. It is the entire size of one of my drawers here, and that was the idea. So that was a test print. I'll do it again. I might use a little different filament. Might try some of that PET GF that Polymaker just released. I have some of that. I printed one thing with it. I don't know where it is. But yeah, I'm looking forward to finally getting that done. So otherwise, the things that were a problem before on the Phoenix, on the print, do not appear to be on this print. I mean, lots of PET G tuning things, but yeah. This is modeled. I modeled this based on the Gridfinity dimensions. I put some magnets in here since this is a metal drawer. I want it to stick down. So yeah. Put that up out of the way. So here we go. Change your name. There's a link from Sanity there. Hey Neil. Any bigger, print a new grill for my Tacoma. That was 570 millimeters wide and 498 millimeters deep. And that just fits in the thing. You did it, lol. Yay. Hey, Bill. So that print took, it says here, 5 hours and 57 minutes. It was over an hour just for the first layer. So, okay. Hey, Bruno. Let's get to it. Hey, Bitter Bucket. Let's get to it. We are continuing our work on TriMax. It is no longer Tridex. There is nothing remaining on this printer that is IDEX. So Tridex is dead, long live TriMax. Ugh. So if we remember last time, we left with excuse me. We left with installing the Vitali CNC gantry. We modeled on stream some spacers and adapters to put the front idlers in the right place. Lol, this is Zarencho's MadMax setup is what this will be. So it is a 2-tool tool changer setup. So I ended up going back and reprinting these. If you remember, they didn't print well. And I think it was just a filament issue. Reprinted those, and I added a significant chamfer here just to break up the blockiness. I would think Tridex would be more reliable. Tridex has problems in, we think, long belts and consistency in the offsets. So, and this is it. Much of what I do here, I take apart good working printers to rebuild them into something different. Reliability is not as big of a thing as having fun and building the next cool thing. Right? So where we left, though, is I did not have a suitable rail for the X rail. So I did a thing. Hey, CG. So I did a thing right after stream because it was still West 3D's 4-year anniversary sale. I didn't know there was going to be an even bigger sale for Vice, but that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. I purchased a Motion Perfect set. So rail and carriage. purchased some for pickup advice, so I picked them up there. But that's what we're gonna put on here. This is IKO, made in Japan, Nippon Thompson. I went Gucci, I did. I went very Gucci. So that's what we're gonna put on here. I also, for the filament giveaway, we are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament as every stream. It is most helpful if you put in the name that comes up in YouTube chat in the form, because I can easily match that. The number that is there is our fallback, but it would be most helpful if you put your name as it displays in chat now, not as it displayed in chat 2 weeks ago. Hey, Zroncho, welcome. But sold in, they're not match sets. They are manufactured to tolerances that allow them to sell them in separate pieces. It's not just my streams, Rusty. It is a thing that's rolling out, and you will see this, I think, across either YouTube is going to change it back, or you're going to see this across all channels at some point. So, yeah, this is how YouTube rolls things out. Channel memberships, all the new things that they change, they don't do a global change. They roll them out eventually, or over time. And, you know, bonus, if you say something at least somewhat relevant in chat to figure out what your name is coming up as, it is engagement. Okay, let's see here. I have all kinds of things here, but what I do want to do, just because, let's make sure everybody's on the same page. In the link is the, in the description is the link to the MadMax GitHub. Hey, DJ. Hey, Art Fedderson. YouTube doing YouTube things. And this is basically what we've got going on here. So just a real quick recap. This is a 2-tool tool changer. It is not limited to 2 tools. You need some way to mount docks along the front, but it is a tool changing system that only requires movement in the X and Y planes. It does not require any Z movements to engage or disengage the tool heads. Sainu Hevatari, thank you for being a member for 34 months. What door are you gonna run on this? Just the regular stuff. I don't have anything extrusion based for this frame. Anyway, I just wanted to give a little bit here, just to start the stream, get things going. We'll be going through all this. A big part we'll be getting to pretty quick here is building the carriage. Speaking of which, actually, let's go here. I printed the carriage and plates in Polymaker's PPSCF. You hear that? Headphone warning. There you go, Derek. What door are you gonna do? MadMax, a couple of really clever methods for the tool change. So, Well, I have not tested these, so we will find out. But I have 2 plates and a carriage, and then we printed the A4T. So this is huge thanks to Telxoid for modifying the A4T file for Revo Voron. So, and I printed this on my box turtle, and they turned out really well. I have 2 of these. Actually, I have 3 of these. I didn't really like the way the first layer pattern works. Purging the nozzle after printing PPSEF. Yeah, that is definitely a concern. I was printing the new Polymaker PETGF on one of my Core 1s, and it prints at like 280, and it won't purge at like 230, which is the default PETG setting on that. So I had to put a custom profile in there, and then switching to the next filament, I had to bump the temperature a lot to purge it out. Is that modded A4T cowl going to be public? Yes, it will. I think Telxoid is going to publish it. He might be waiting for me to confirm all is good. So, okay. We have Mr. Attention here. Let's get this rail together and get it on the printer, because our first thing we're going to do here is get this installed and then work on assembling the MadMax carriage and get this belted. And then we'll get into starting to build some tool heads, and I think that'll take pretty much the stream. So, hey Malcolm, thanks for being a member. Hopefully, oh, okay, 1066, thanks for being a member. Let's do it here. So these come pre-oiled, greased. They specifically say they should not be cleaned and re-greased before installation. So, hey buddy. What's up? He's expecting something. Dan, thanks for being a member for 19 months. Okay, so let's see here. Sometime, I don't want to take the time today, but I ended up grabbing a Motion Perfect rail and carriage off of West 3D's rummage pile, and it is missing several ball bearings, but the reason I grabbed it, it's missing several bearings in here. This is it. Sometime we'll take this apart and I'll show you, so you don't have to, what the insides look like and how it's different from other rails. But I'll set that over there. It's missing about 8 bearings inside. I imagine that's why it was on the rummage pile. Thunder Keys, thanks for becoming a member. So I get cat hair in it. Oh yeah, that's here. Why don't we do this? Why don't we give Mr. Oscar what he really wants very early in the stream for just that reason. Look at this. I have got his full attention. You want that? Are you using a new rail for giggles, or you need a different rail for the tool changer? Well, IDEX had IDEX had 2 carriages, and I didn't want to waste a carriage on the old rail. I figured I could potentially use that other dual carriage rail for something else later. Nope. 3 and then a bite. Okay, 2 and no bite. There we go. So, yeah. Okay, there you go. Hey, Stuart. That is an AirTag collar. Yep. So the new rails all come nicely packaged. I have planned at some point for the Wednesday series another round of modifications on the gray Trident, and I have another one of these rails from ages ago that is going to go on there. So it comes on there. We will wipe some of the surface oil off of this, but we'll leave the rest of it alone. So we'll go there. It says motion perfect. Let's see how these are. Just seeing how the deburring, well, that was done. Before we put it on, it feels pretty good. We'll go here and here. Right onto there. Okay, I'm gonna keep that, throw this away. So let's this away. I don't want to get any real lint on this or anything, so we'll just do like that. Let's see. Yeah, that's smooth. Okay, now I need to find some. That's what I want. Yeah, that's what I want. Yep. Okay, let's find another one of those. It's off a cherry pistachio scone. There we go. Okay, so 100% correct installation. You need to be able to read motion perfect on the carriage. Dude, you just swiped my alignment jig off the bench. Grab. We're doing this in situ, so make sure that doesn't fall off. And push these over to be centered. Hey, Nadir. There we go. Those have no play. And up with where the things were, everything's centered. Here we go. Just putting these in, not tightening. I have no more treats. You got your treats. Rim. Just for the rail, and you buy the carriage separately. Yes. It is very Gucci. Hey, Spectra. Willie Nelson. Okay. Someone mentioned earlier they were going to miss this because they're watching the Team Associated Vintage Nationals. I've got a lot of posts on that showing up in my various social feeds. And an old friend of mine from the neon days is actually there. It's kind of fun watching some of that stuff. Oh, that was you. That's right, Spectre. You're the one that said you're watching that. Yeah. Okay, so that is good. So let's go ahead and tighten these down. Greg Croft. Hey, Zarp. These are MIP online, Greg. Oops. I've had these for years and years. Okay, so that should be good. Very nice. Okay, let's off my hands. Feel it when I was trying to use the driver. If anybody wasn't here Wednesday, check that out. Big thanks to Dr. Mercy for getting those done and shipped in time for Vice. New stickers. We'll have these at the various events. So. What carriage is that? I don't know what the preload is on these. You didn't get any of those all? How was that? They were sitting on my table. Hey, Andres. Oh, you're not going to be at Form Next? I will be at Form Next. I will have stickers. So if you're going to be at Form Next, you can get a sticker from me. Okay, let's put all this away and get on to the carriage. So I don't know how this is going to go because I haven't test print fit this with these print settings. I get to use Oscar's chair. You want 4 tickets, 2 for the BK edition. Oh, there's a raffle. Want to double check your sticker pile, sure you don't have any. Okay, let's go here. We've got this. We've got a little package of parts that I got from Zorencho at Open Sauce. And I think that's, oh, we're gonna have other things we're gonna need for this, but this will be a good start. Oh, I've got some, yep, there they are. N52 magnets. Yeah, those are definitely N52s. They stick to each other way stronger than the generic magnets. I got these, pretty sure I ordered these from West 3D in anticipation of this build. So, got that. Got some of this tubing we'll end up needing. And I have 1/8 inch pins. And that's fans. This is the belt clip. I think that's all we need right now. Oh, and I also printed new nudge parts in the PPS CF. So, I want to try that. Oh, cat cam. Thank you. There we go. Imagine. Are there N62s? Is there such a thing? So I've moved to, I keep the garage door open because Felix is the most contrary little, yeah, he is very contrary. He has learned that come Sunday mornings, he needs to get out of the way. Otherwise, I will grab him and bring him out here. So my best bet is to just leave the door open and let them come and go as they please. Yeah, I saw me and his dad is there, right? This is all RC racing. They're doing all 1/10 scale, right? Can TriMax be done on a stock size 250 Trident? Yeah, you'll lose some build area though. What a grasshopper in our life. Still have a, shoot, what is it? I don't remember. I have a B4 and a B64 and a B6. Okay, let's see. MadMax GitHub. There is documentation. So we're gonna go up here to instructions. All the instructions here to ensure a high quality build. So we went through this before, print settings. We need a carriage, 2 plates, 2 belt clips, 2 docks, 2 tool head parts, cowling, extruder, tool head, board mount, etc. I am gonna have a little bit of clearing throat stuff, so just apologies and FYI as I finish off this. How much Gantry width you need to sacrifice for the MadMax? I don't know numbers there, Murphy. Anyway, tools, stuff, carriage. Build the carriage first so you can match both plates to it. So parts needed. We're gonna need a couple of, let me open up this bag. RC talk, it's just exciting growing up seeing them in races and art. Oh yeah. The vintage stuff is fun. They've really leaned into that lately. Okay, throw that away. We're gonna need a couple of these. Oh, I might have everything I need over here. I don't know. I'll leave those off to the side. There are two types of flathead cap screws used here. Magnet retention screws up top. 3 times stainless steel or alloy plus electrical connection screws below. Must be stainless. Okay. Create a nut push tool. And then 3x8. Twist it into a spare. Adjust the depth to ensure nuts get pushed in fully to the plastic part. Magnets don't fit, likely because the print is over extruded. Prep, clear any elephant foot or magnet holes with a countersink bit. Okay, so we're gonna be examining this guy. The print looks really good. There's no extra over extrusion artifacts. Hey, Adam. The elephant foot is non-existent, but tiny bit of drooping on some of the bridges in here. Now, once again, this is Polymaker PPS CF. I have not annealed these. I did not have time. I'm not too worried about it though for this application. We'll see if that's okay or not, but zoom in here a bit. Oh, I am zoomed in. Is anyone stateside doing hardware kits for the MadMax? Sourcing is a pain. I don't know. Add some knockout layers for the holes. Okay, so I'm gonna go in here. Just want to gently cut out these droops. Couple right here, and I'm just gonna cut. Basically all I'm doing is cutting either side of it, and knocking the center out. Just to make all of that nice and flat. You can see that compared to that one, all cleaned up. Oh. Safety squints on. That little piece of plastic actually hit me in the cheek right here. I just don't want anything in the way that's going to keep stuff from sitting where it needs to. Minimal cleanup though. I have not done, well, yes, I've done a tool changer build. The black box. Okay. That is looking pretty darn good. Armor 3D. Okay. Clear out the 4 carriage mount holes with a 3mm reamer or drill bit. The 4 carriage mount holes. Measure your pin diameter with calipers. You want holes right at the measured size with whatever drill bit or reamer you have. Plastic can have some slight dimensional variations here. Steel pin should be spot on. Clear out the 4 times carriage mount holes. And is that these guys? Okay, we're gonna, hey Sean, hey Laura. Let me grab my reamers. I actually have an eighth inch reamer too. In case we need it. I think this is 1/8. So a Fabrico Western KVP 3 in here, wink wink, put hardware kits together. This is a 3mm reamer. Let me grab my eighth inch reamer. Hey, Emin. Close this up. There is, I just saw that eighth inch when I was digging in here the other day. This guy. 1/8 inch, there we go. Just in case we need it. An 1/8 inch and a 3mm. What does this say 1 down here? Members only live stream. No. YouTube is saying you can switch it to members only. Why would I do that? Okay, we're going to take our 3mm. Just make sure that these are, oh yeah, those are tight. Let me clean this out too. Notice there's some crud in there from last time I used it on something. Okay. Clean it out, and where is my pin vise? Wasn't I missing that? Couldn't find that. Yeah, I don't know where my pin vise is. Calipers are on. That's not a good thing. Yeah, where did my pin vise go? It'd be a whole lot easier to use for this stuff. Let's try something. Let me find something over here. Oh. In here, is it? I need to go on a search for that. A couple of options, maybe. This'll work. This'll work. This'll work for what I'm doing here. I just need something that's easier to grab onto than the name it and holler for it. I just need something that's easier to grab onto than that. So that'll work as a makeshift pin vise. And just ream this out. So I don't know if anybody else is carrying them, but a good source for these reamer sets is KB3D. You even get a nice little laser cut stand holder for them. Plastic isn't as critical, but with reamers, you only want to turn them clockwise. You don't counter rotate them. Okay. There we go. Just a little extra loud cough. It can be a real pain if you get them in your eyes. Oh yeah, I'm pretty good about not touching my eyes anymore. Contacts has done that. Okay, here we are. Bing. Measure your pin diameters with calipers. Let's see what we have here. Got calipers and micrometer. Light slip fit is good. Yeah. Just close your eyes. Okay. Let's see here. We've got the hardware kit here. Stuff. What do we have here for pins? .17. Let's see how these are. 3.17. I imagine you've already tested all of these. Let's see how they compare with the micrometer. .168. 3.168. Oh, 3.167. Excuse me. If that gets too bad, let me know and I'll make sure I mute myself every time. I think it's actually the coffee's not helping, so let me finish this off. Switch over to water. Okay, so those are all 3.1 and then 3.168. Hey Sanity, if you don't mind, if you're still here, if you can post that in stream chat. It might already be there. No. Yeah, if you can post that in stream chat, and then if you're not a member of the Discord, then the link is in the change your name one. Yeah. Then if you're, then we can just point people to the Discord stream chat. Okay. Clear out the two top holes for the belt clip pins with a reamer. So that is these guys. Let's see how this, yeah, those probably use it. So two top holes for the belt clip pins. Hey, Alexander. these are close. So I'm just a real light. I think screw, yep, goes through there now. It didn't just a moment ago. Okay. I can post my vibration graphs in Discord, but both Chopper Tune and Auto Tune made my micron worse in vibrations. Really interesting. Congrats on finishing your micron though. Okay, clear out, test it with a pin. You should have a loose slip fit where the pin inserts and removes easily. Tension and gravity will hold it securely in place. Did I end up with pins, or am I going to use screws for this? What do I have for 3mm pins? I don't. There's a 3mm pin. That is still a slip fit, so when I get some pins, that'll work. Okay. Gently clean all 6 pinholes with a reamer to avoid the carriage splitting between layers when you add the pins. A light twist is probably more than enough. Okay, let's see. So there are holes here, here, and here. There was a little piece of support material here that already popped off. That popped off cleanly. It just did that before I even started the stream. So there are pins. Let's just see how these. Yeah, so these are 1/8 inch, but let's clean these out with the 3mm, which is a little smaller, just to start. Piece of something there. One, two. Okay. So then this side. Seem like it wants to go all the way through. That's why I'm not forcing that. I don't know if I want to do is, what does this say? To avoid the carriage splitting between layers when you add the pins, a light twist is probably more than enough. Make the plastic pins. It is unannealed. It is, I did not anneal it. I want to, my annealing oven, my lab oven, I want to add a different controller to it. Its interface is awful as it is. Okay. Do I want to? Okay, I have a other piece. Let's see here. This is a test print from, this is a test print from PPA CF. I want to do some testing here before I, let's see, let's ream this. That is, that does not want to run through. There we go. Let's ream that. What is the reason for annealing or not? Annealing it will, here, annealing. Plastic annealing is a thermal process used to improve the properties of plastic materials. The process generally involves heating it somewhere around its glass transition temperature, holding it there for a certain amount of time, and then cooling it. So it will improve its thermal and properties and rigidity. Thermal and physical properties. Hey, Frig. So, okay, this piece. So what I'm doing here is I'm testing my reamers, since these are just Amazon, the 1/8 inch one. The 3mm one is probably from KB3D. The 1/8 inch one is Amazon. I'm just checking to see the fit once it's reamed. Like, that doesn't quite go in. So now we're gonna switch over to the 1/8 inch reamer and see how this is gonna behave. So how are we doing here? We have a couple hundred people, and we do have 61 likes. You're right. Could be. Filament from, or is it only certain types? There are certain types. Like, I don't think ABS anneals, but PET. Okay, so that's the 1/8 inch reamer. That is a nice friction fit. I think that'll be fine. I'll be able to push that the rest of the way in, but yeah, it is a long time, huh? Okay, so we'll leave that right now. I'll pull that out here in a second with some Nipix or something. Okay, so I'm going to actually ream those right before I put the pins in. Let's see what's next. We already have plastic pins. 9 to 10 millimeters, a good length for these. Don't use a tube cutters, you may destroy it. Use something stronger like thick wire cutters or flush cutters. Remove the insulation on the ring terminals. I think I have some ring terminals without insulation. Yeah. Already. Kenneth. This is all prep. End stop switch based homing option. Cut two 60mm wires. Solder and heat shrink both wires to the switch. I am going to be using end stop homing, but I don't know exactly how that's going to look yet. Gotta figure out how I'm going to install the Y and stuff like that. Okay, add pins. Be super gentle to avoid layer separation. If you're experiencing resistance, push out the pin, then remount the hole slightly more. The metal pins are the two lowermost ones on the carriage, which complete the circuit. So we have this. Oh, there's only, oh, okay. So Do I install plastic? Oh, I thought these were all metal down here. Okay. I'm glad I didn't ream all of those. Press pins until fully inserted from the outside until they just touch the inner leg edge. Start with fingers and push to fully insert by pressing against a flat surface. Plastic pins, press the 2 middle height pins in from the outside until you can't see the ends. Press the 2 upper pins in from the top down until they hit the stops. Yes, the top ones stick out intentionally for easy removal with flush cutters. All the other 4 lower pins can be removed later using an Allen wrench, pushing in on the holes. Okay, so this means that we only want to ream the lower holes here with the 1/8 inch reamer. We already reamed the rest of them with the 3mm. I didn't ream these because those I knew were plastic pins. Hopefully the plastic pins fit fine in here. And they are a nice tight fit, so we'll see. Let's go lower. It's gentle reaming here. And here. Well, we're making sure, because this is along the layer lines, we're making sure when we push these pins in, it doesn't split, or it doesn't put enough stress on this that over time it's going to tend to split. That's the hope. So now we should be able to take 2 of these guys, push them like that. And those will end up getting held in place by a screw that goes in here. So then I guess plastic pins go in here. Is there any difference? What are we looking at, like on the diameter of these? Oh, those are even bigger than the metal pins. Are all of them this size? Yeah. Hey, Timor. Can't find any data on PPS without it being annealed. Okay, so that is definitely, I thought those were 3mm, but those are 1/8 inch as well. So those will end up getting, we'll ream those out and might need to grab my numbered drill sets to get something closer that will squeeze in there. Is there any, okay, let's see what we say here. I'm taking this a little slow. I want to make sure I get all this right. So, press the 2 middle height pins in from the outside, and then all the other 4 lower pins can be removed later. Add magnets, and then we're going to start adding magnets. Okay, so let me grab my, actually, let's ream these to 1/8 inch, since we know it's going to need at least that. You never found 3mm. Oh, okay. That's fine. Let's see how these go in. Just that. Ah, there we go. that went in nice, pretty firm. So I don't feel like I need to do anything beyond that. There we go. That was a good piece of, I don't think it's going to matter, but a little piece of filament up there. Cool. Okay, so now the top two ones. So I'm going to start this with the 3mm. Yep. Trimmer. This is an interrupted partial hole here, so just want to make sure we're careful, not catching the edge there, pushing this into the corner as we ream down. Okay. Two of these should, yep, that's a good. That about right? Feel pretty good. Everything looks good. Things are fitting. We'll see once we get to the magnets. Which is next. Add magnets. Decide how many and which type of tool head magnets to use. What's the use of those plastic pins? Friction. So this can be a tap style Z-probe. So allowing the interfacing screw basically to slide along the top surfaces. Should I go all magnets on here? Because it's saying here, decide how many and which type of tool head magnets to use. The tool head weight, carriage size, and probing type affect the choice. I'm not gonna actually be doing the tap style probing. My intent is to put a Revo PZ on here. So I probably want this to be pretty solid, right? So just use N52s everywhere. Always balance the magnets around the flathead cap screw so it doesn't twist out. Don't use 3 magnets, always use 2 or 4. Can cartographer beacon touch be used instead of the tap style probe? Yes. There are carriages out there in the user mods that support cartographer or beacon. A4T is a bit bigger than the mini tool head sizes. Yep. Okay, lighter tool heads may be okay with weaker grip. Heavier tool heads will need more magnetic force for a solid tool head grip. Typically 3 N52s minimum. Be careful to get the polarities right. You want neighboring magnets to have opposing polarities for more grip. Hey, Maker Viking. So push the magnets, tool head and lower 2 to where they hold in place, then use a pliers, wrench, small vise, or body weight and a flat surface. Pressing with fingers, find a slightly larger. They should press fit flush without issue, then hold without anything else. Okay. So am I correct in that opposing sides should be flipped? Is that right? The diagonal sides should be flipped. grab up. These are actually hard to get out of here. Hey, Ella. Let's see what we can do here. I think I'm going to mark some of these. Or at least have this available to mark them. Let's see how this, okay, it's a nice tight fit, which is good. Checkerboard, okay. So if that's like that, oh. Oh, okay. I'm gonna put that one on first. Artos, thanks for being a member. Did we ever get badges from the Portland Followers Bakery? Bagels. We did not. That is Deanna's. So I'm just gonna go for it. That is now inserted. I'm gonna mark that one just to keep things straight. I don't know why, but we'll just do something like that. I don't know if this is gonna help or not. That is a dang it, that's for sure. Now we're gonna make sure that one attracts and we're gonna put it in the side. That one down. Okay. Just keeping things straight. One of the most useful tools in the workbench, collection of Sharpies. So now we want the opposite now to go here. That one track there doesn't attract to the other sides here. There we go. And those pressed in nicely. I mean, we'll see how thermal cycles handle, but those are pretty tight press into there. Made a loose bearing into a snug tolerance fit with a Sharpie. That's funny. Okay. So that is push some magnets, tool head and lower two to where they hold in place. So there are two more. These don't really matter. I mean, it's not gonna matter. These are the ones that need to be a checker pattern. These go whatever way, right? It doesn't matter. Is that right? Insert the 3 nuts that will secure the magnet retention. Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm gonna go, not that one. I'm gonna go that way. Push that in there. And that there. That's it for the magnets. Lower don't matter, yeah. Straight in, nice and flush. Hey, Luxinger. And then we have, so we can put this back in there. So that's all the magnets on the carriage. We need to put some nuts in the back here. So there is something about stainless versus these pliers are nice. Now apparently Lowe's in the US has a Cobalt has a similar version, and then Harbor Freight has them, but they're all the bigger ones than this. They're the next size up, I think. Okay, so what was the stainless versus... There are two types of flatheads used here. Magnet retention screws up top, 3 times stainless plus electrical connection screws below. Must be stainless. Oh, so all stainless looks like it's okay. 3 times stainless or alloy, and then electrical connections 2 times must be stainless. So we're gonna use, we'll just use the magnet retention screws. Okay, let's see. Got these, I've got flathead. Oh. There is a 6. I think I have maybe a better selection of these. What's up, buddy? So this guy doesn't. Oh, it does have a nut on the back side. Let's insert those. Excellent. Bigger pliers. Go. Okay, there. I am going to, what's that? Put this right here, thread that in, and we're going to make sure that that's all the way down. Yeah, that worked out pretty well. Inserted quite a bit further. Let's make sure it's all the way down. Yep, that's all the way. And come over here. There we go. I think. Scored window in the way. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So then this guy goes in there and tightens that down. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing for these. Some what? You already got your treats. Okay, making sure I don't put these in wrong. Go. And more. There. And a longer screw. Ah. There we go. all the way in. Sure we're flat on there so it doesn't twist out of the way. There we go. All the way in. Yeah, that worked out really well. Okay, so these are a little longer. These are this one was a 6mm flathead, and this looks like 8mm, right? Does it say? Doesn't say. Does it say specifically? There we are. Does it say, or am I missing something? Add magnet retention. 3 magnet retention flatheads, tighten until the flathead heads are flush. Yes, you'll apply a lot of force here, and the magnet will move down slightly to check flushness. Okay, so they're not flush. I'll have to put some more force on those. Okay, we'll continue here. So you're gonna go here. This should be, yeah, that is flush. It's a little under flush, which I think is fine. Hey, Brent. Same here, but this one's a little over flush, so we're gonna put some ugga-duggas on this one. Well, that's not a 6mm. That's gonna have to be an 8 because the 6 doesn't reach the. So I was wrong there. This one gets an 8 as well. It looked like in the picture that one of them was shorter than the others, but I'm guessing this one has to be the same length. Yep, there it is. And it's not sticking out too far, so now we can put some ugga-duggas on it. That's close. A little more. Here's my ruler. Oh, I've got to. That magnet wasn't under. Okay, now we'll try. It's catching the magnet, but I think that is all flush. Yeah. There we go. We are good. Okay. Awesome. Clink. Okay. Add magnet retention. Censored homing only. The orientation of the switch, plunger up or plunger down, will depend on your printer type. Secure the end stop switch with 2 M2. Oh, okay, so that goes right there. So it'll go here. I'm gonna pause on that. We'll install that. I don't think it needs to be installed right now. Hey, BBs. So, is our, oh, it's either side. That's cool. What was wrong with the Tridex? I never really used it. I ran into configuration and other little things. And then MadMax came out, and to me, it's a little more appealing to try MadMax. I have an IDEX still in Phoenix, so. I don't know that I actually need this switch for the next step because I'm not actually wiring any of this. I'm not running this as an end stop. I think I'm right there. Am I missing something there, Zrencho? Since I'm not using MadMax as an end stop. I don't think I need to. There we go. These are feeling about the same. Okay. Add electrical wires. Slip an M3 shim for the X end stop. Well, let's see here. Let's keep going. Slip an M3 shim in from the bottom. Slip an M3 shim in from the bottom. What does that mean? Add electrical wire connections. Slip an M3 shim in from the bottom. I see. I know. I'm push a shiny metal flathead cap screw through the washer so the washer stays in place. It's got to be shiny metal. It's got to be shiny metal, not black metal. Push wire into place. No wire insulation should overlap the washer and nut. You want a solid connection, so try to bend. And then those go through there. Right? How does that? Ella, thanks for being a member for 31 months. I don't know if it fits the new Gantry XY parts. Easy to add later. 4 carriage screws and no retentioning needed if you want to pull the carriage part to do it. What are we talking about there, Rancho? What are your thoughts on those ultralight XP Gantrys? You know, the ones I'm talking about, the milled aluminum. I haven't used any. So are there pictures of this? Because some of this is a little, just words is hard to picture. Maybe let's go down through. What is this? This is an old version. Or no, it's not. This is what we have here. I see. Okay. I'm looking for some pictures. Carriage screws and no retention needed. Okay, I'm getting lost in what we're doing here. I get the It's shim, I get that, but push wire into place where? And these, is this on, this is the carriage, not the, or this is the plate. That's all fine, but slip wire into place where? Push wire, so I'm guessing the wire goes in through this hole, gets sandwiched between the washer that you put in here and a nut that you put on top, and then you tighten this. And Marcel, the wire goes into the square holes on the side of the legs and gets clamped. Yeah, I'm guessing correctly, but where do those wires go from there? And if I don't do that, then do I just put a couple of flatheads in here and call it good? Hey, Kyle. Because at this point, I would just put a end stop switch here and run the wires up the side to the, oh, I see. That's why I need to do that. Okay, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Let me get some wire. I see. That will make that connection. Got it. Got it. One side to the other, using an end stop. The end stop goes in series. Yeah, got it. It clicked. Let's get some wire. The wires stay local in series. Where do they? Okay. What do we, okay, I gotta think about this. Does this just go in? Will this work? Yeah. Okay. Just a length of wire. Okay, so we need a couple of, look into the assorted length of wire drawer. I think these will work. Let's go in here. Like that. Yeah, that'll work. And some of my stainless washers here are of an odd size, but I think they'll be okay. Like that. Then where the Y end stops from Tridex. Some suggest your makeup should have cat ears and be orange on one side and black on the other. What's up, buddy? You already had treats. Okay, so how is this, let me wrap my head around this. So if this guy is going over here, Andrew, killing time before F1 fund. Thank you for the super chat there. So if that guy's going there, then one of these is, I guess one of these just goes here and one goes here, right? And then I connect them on the other side to the, yeah. Now, otherwise this would be in series because we would use this as a Z end stop and the X end stop. But since I'm not doing that, I think I can just take one wire to here and one wire to here and then just use the other. So this will just, I'm just gonna leave these wires in. I didn't actually need this wire. I've got enough wire right here. So let's go ahead and mount this. I'll hopefully leave enough wire to where I can move that around. With Sanity's YouTube link, annoyingly, it won't let me change it back to what it was because it's already in use. YouTube. 1.5 millimeter. Okay, so here, let's do a little looking. Let's see if we can mock up this. So we've got this. This guy goes on here, okay, and then it's going to trigger over here somewhere. It's not going to trigger anywhere close to anything, so I'll have to put some sort of printed bumper on this side anyway. So we'll have to trigger that against something that I make and bolt on to the side here. So given a choice, I'm always I would prefer, I think, to have the lever pointing down, because with it pointed up, it tends to fall out of the way and a lot easier to catch a finger or something on it, and that will cut you or break the switch. So I think with it pointing down, there's less opportunity for me to go up at it than come down at it. So that's my thought there. So we will go ahead and screw this in. The rattles, that's a good point too. I've just had like the PCB end stop pod. I've had many cases where I've broken those because I'm reaching in and I catch the switch. Where'd the other screw go, Oscar? What'd you do with the other screw? Nope, not there. I thought I grabbed two. Did you do something with it? No? Just stare at me. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's probably under the machine. Yep, there it is. Good call. Good call. This one back. Gunk falling in there and fouling up the switch. Mm-hmm. All good points. Okay. So then we will take the longer one and go right here. This one come under, go right across here. Ooh, I do not want to be losing all this stuff. Anything else fall off? No. Why would you point it up? Good call. If you already had a bumper over here that it could hit, point it up, but I agree. I think it should point down. Strippers. Okay. So is this, push the wire into place, no wire insulation should overlap the washer and nut. No solid connection, just try to bend the wire around the screw before the nut comes in. Okay, so I think we can do that. Hi. Strip off quite a bit. To bend the wire like that, but switch lead. Should have pulled it this way. Strip a little bit more. There we go. Same to over here. Okay. So this one, like this. This one. Cryptic, thanks for being a member. Okay. So if that goes there, this comes in. There, kind of want to take this, take this up and out of here. There we go. There we go. Dude. That is not Oscar Play Toys. Those are all the special screws that I don't need to lose. Put those over there. Okay. Oh. Magnets. My nemesis. Okay, so we're pulling that up, and then I want to put I'm gonna put a screw in here just to hold it there. And I'm gonna wrap this around this direction. There we go. Now this can come out. Something easier to manipulate this stuff with. There we go. Now that's wrapped in there. Then a stainless screw. I think that's M3x8. Is that right? Is it M3x8 or M3x10? Is it 8s or 10s? 7-ish head supported, all the usual suspects minus, oh yeah, all the minus stealth burner. Just too heavy and not the shape. Big, bulky. Okay, hard to confirm connection quality. Repeat from the other side. Trim and restrip if necessary. Dude. Here, come over here. Come over here. Come over here. There you go. Did this say Mr. Voron? Welcome. Did you cut that screw? Did you cut that screw? That looks like a cut screw. But these are all the same, so 8. The Fun Carriage is the one for 9mm belts. Okay, let me grab a stainless nuts here. So we're gonna use stainless screws. And we need to put this guy in here. That guy, and where was the stainless screw? Let's see if I can get this inserted partially. Ooh. Shiny screw, yes. Okay, try to push that at least partially. There we go. There we go. Hey, Phil. Morning. Okay, so go here. Nice and firm. That screw should be rubbing against the side of that pin, and then that wire will be clamped in to the in between the washer and that nut. So now we do it again. This can just get bent out of the way, and I intentionally put this wire behind this one to hopefully just kind of hold it in that orientation. Okay. I'll do the same thing, hopefully just a little quicker. go up and out to start. And then put this screw in here. I could have used a little more wire length on this side, but I think it'll be okay. Just gonna push the wire. Down and around on this side. Yeah, really could have used a little more wire. I want that to go along the bottom, and I just don't have length. See that? Okay, we're gonna fix that. We will resolder a wire onto here. Do it in situ. Okay, let's heat it up. Finished the project yesterday evening. Awesome. Put CNC parts in my V2 and recalibrated them. Perfect. Finished projects are fantastic. Yeah, got the other side done, so I don't want to mess with that, but we will do a quick correction on this side. So I need you to not be sitting right here in front of me. You need to go over here. Sit right there. Stay right there. You need to refill this bowl here. Okay. It's out. Just get rid of that wire. It needs to be just a little longer than this. Where did that other one? This. Yeah, that's not for. It's not for you. We'll go a bit longer. Mm-hmm. No, no, no. That's definitely not good for kitties. No. So I turned it off. Solid Core 1 filament sensor woes. Factory didn't install the PTFE fully. Oops. Well, at least figure it out. Okay, a little bit of that. And let's solder it in. Not really happy with that. Let's try it again. Carriage printer. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Much better. And a little bit of heat shrink. What? This is, what would you call it? I've got almost an obstacle course here. Printing obstacle course around the cat. He is very clingy today. With a heat shrink. Okay, so now, this again, I still want it to go down and around. That piece, so let's pull that down there. Come down here, along the bottom. And then yeah, got it almost exact. So we're going to strip it about there. Let's get this out of the way. There we go. Okay. What do we got here? Stuart, thanks for the gifted memberships. What would happen if I used a 12-volt fan on 24 volts and just set it for 50% PWM? That's not a great idea. And it also depends on what fan. If you tried to use it like your hot end fan, your air state doesn't PWM it. That's not a good idea. Go. Oh, come on. There we go. Clean that up. Put this back down around here. There, get our little screw in there. That's just a placeholder to wrap the wire. Make sure our insulation isn't in the way, and wrap this around. Blunt side of the blade. Okay, I think that will do. Push this down in there. PFMax, thanks for becoming a member. It was nice to meet you finally at Vice. there. And get our me chuck. Push this straight in. There we go. And from the other side. We'll finally be done with this piece, I think. There we go, nice and tight. And then we'll bend this wire down to okay. I think that's looking pretty good. Any objections? Let's test it. Quick. I don't know if you can hear that. Set this down here and here. Normally closed. It's working. Yep. Normally closed, working. Cool. Got my first rip rack mocked up on the wall. Just have to do the next and wait on the bar clamps to finish printing. Awesome. Toxoid. Howdy. Are you talking to yourself? I don't know. I can't hear you. Did you say something I missed? I don't see anything. Howdy. Cool. I'm gonna leave. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Those are looking a little sad. Those are the opposite polarity magnets. Okay. That, I think, is done. My chats weren't getting picked up. I just changed my nick. This seems to work, so whatever. There we go. Delete comments for no apparent reason. And it doesn't show me. It doesn't show me any of the moderated comments. It's not done that for years. I don't know why. Okay. Next. That took a while, but that's okay. Kind of expected this too. Were you around, Toxoid? So Toxoid is a madman. He does all this on an iPad. But yeah, these turned out really good. So, okay. Using a multimeter, ensure an electrical connection from Maxwell metal pin to metal pin. You should see near zero resistance. We just did the continuity test. So, plate. So we have plates, and these are slightly different plates because these are for the Zoll carriage. Parts needed. We need all this stuff. So clear, so let's look. We're gonna be prepping 2 of these. Giving a hard time for using a trackpad for fusion work. I know, right? So there's a little bit of, looks like a little bit of stringy to clean up right there, but otherwise it turned out really clean. This will bolt on, so basically go like that. What is the application you use, Toxoid? Oops. Okay. Match fit the upper Maxwell coupling screw hole by over torquing with an M3 screw, then remove it. Clear it. Match fit the upper Maxwell coupling screw hole. Match fit. What does that mean? What does that mean, match fit? Shaper 3D. There we go. Mad lad used his iPad for CAD. Say that 10 times fast. Match fit the upper Maxwell coupling screw hole. So something that would be handy would be maybe a diagram of, and we ran into this up here too, some like what are the different holes called. We can figure it out, but I think it would be handy with a little diagram of some sort. I have done some trackpad CAD by necessity on my MacBook. So it's doable, but it's not fun. Match fit the upper Maxwell coupling screw hole by over torquing. What does that actually mean? Okay, we'll move on. Set up 3 Maxwell button head cap screws. For the upper, use an M3 nut, typically 2.2 to 2.4 millimeter in thickness. So let's see what we have for. Seen Shaper 3D used by this one guy who restores vintage computers. I feel like I want to try this. I just need to get it installed. Is it a paid app or is it free? So let's see. So we have, so 2.2 to 2.4 millimeter in thickness. Measure what you have first using pliers and a straight Allen wrench. Lock the nut to the end of the button head. The screw length will depend on your tool head choice. Square hole, clover, hanging time. Round hole, square hole, clover holes. Catnips. Okay. I don't know how important these are. Different styles here. Let's see. Limited use like Fusion for free or pay for unlimited. I see. Oh. So those are 2.4. Doesn't matter as long as they're all the same. $2.449. What was this one? $2.431. $2.361. Oh, it seems a little small. Wow. $2.5. Wow. Hey, Bryce. $2.436. What is this one? 2.428. That looks pretty close. Is this one? 2.45. 2.518. 2.349. Oh, this one already feels thick. Nope, 2.4. Okay. Shows what I know. 2.33. Wow. Should be marking these. 2.31. So those are in the 2.3 range. 2.34. Those are probably three close enough in the range that is mentioned. So I'm going to use those three. Okay, so let me open up Fusion because actually let's go here. Is this what I want? Let's open this up to a tab and user mods. We're doing the Andrew McGregor one. The plate in this directory is compatible with toolheads designed for the Zoll Carriage. This includes A4T and Zoll. Alternate bracket, merges the dock bracket, tool headboard standoff. Alternate bracket, what was that? Alternate bracket, there it is, alternate bracket. Oh, no, that's dock bracket. That's not what, we don't care about that right now. These parts are extensively tested. What I'm looking at here is there is an extra piece in this. I need to see how this goes together. So there's this little piece that goes on here somehow, some way. I don't know if this goes that, like this. I'm not 100% sure. This goes like this. This goes like this. Where does this go? Let's see. Enclosed printers, that makes head printer a Thunderdome. Smooth side of the plate. It goes on the smooth side of the plate. Okay. How does that go? I guess that goes there. Oh, is that a mount for the tool headboard and stuff or whatever? Is that important yet? I see. Okay. Wanted to do cat. Do I have this? Do I have this? MadMax Zoll. Let's see. Let me start up Fusion. 4. Let's go here. Let me start up Fusion. We might get a little hiccup here. I want to see if I've imported this, and let's look at the CAD. See where it opens to. That's why I don't show it on the screen. Where are we? Oh, that would have been fine. Okay, TriMax. A4T. Don't know if this. Let's grab that cat. Let's grab. Yeah, might as well grab the F3Z file. Save this. Come on. You can do it. Said save. Download. Hello. Did this open somewhere else? Why isn't it coming up? Right here. Download. Hey, Iconic Fab. Is this opening in some other window? I don't know. Downloads. No. Let's try a different browser. Download. Okay. Will that work? There we go. That's funky. Nope. Projects. TriMax. Save. That was weird. I don't know why. Couldn't download, something went wrong, try again or contact your organization. What? Okay. Let's grab the step file then. Does that work? Okay. Well, that worked. Upload. And so upload. Match fit as in match the size of hole exactly to a screw. It helps here to improve feel when tightening a screw and eliminates slop. Are we talking about? Are you caught up on the stream, Zrencho? Are you viewing live? Are we talking about match fit the upper Maxwell coupling screw hole? But what is the Maxwell coupling screw hole? Is that this one? Upper, is that this one? Match the size of hole exactly to a screw. Oh, by over torquing and then remove it. Okay, I get what you're saying now. Take that, the old part. On that plate, yes. Okay. On that plate. On this one, it is, yeah. This should be, oh, why? Oh, now it just came up and said, and gave me the option to save the F3Z file. That is weird. Let me see if it'll save. Save. Okay, it's saved that time. I'd rather grab, it also said it's version 12. I don't know if that matters. But let's actually cancel that. Let's upload the F3Z file. Here we are. Open. And upload. Hey, Pex Peppers. We are building MadMax carriage and plates. So if these are lined up, that's, so if we, we take this and line up where the magnets are, and we can see that that hole must be the upper one we're talking about, because that lines up into there. Almost caught up. Oh, I see. Why is it called MadMax? I'm sure you covered that in the intro stream you did. Which is through there. Okay. Let's see what we got. Oh, that's still uploading. Give me just a moment. Get a little dancing Max. Okay, I can send a pics of mine laying there if that's helpful. I'll take a picture. I think we'll figure it out. It's part of the 3 Maxwell screws, top one, yeah. Why is that taking so long to upload? It's Raiders. We have someone, did Killer Prince just finish? What do y'all recommend for a beginner like me for a 3D printer? Depends on what you want to do. Why is this taking so long? Well, let's do this. That top screw here needs to be, let's grab something. One of these guys, any of these are going to be. So screw this guy in here. And we intentionally strip it. So just keep threading, and then that will make it, make it exactly the size of the screw. Go. We're going to use these guys, I think, for these. Zinc plated, blue coated. Okay, there we go. This is done. I wanted to see what, let's refresh. Oh boy. Zoll Carriage parts. Zoll, what is the file I just, this one I want? Or is there an assembly? Oh, that's just the, oh, that's Zoll. I don't want Zoll. Let's see, I want to see what the carriage here, Zoll Carriage. Well, I don't know what this is all. This doesn't even match the files that are in there. That doesn't even match the files that are in there. MadMax configured. Let's bring this up. Oh, MadMax Zoll. Maybe that's what I want. what this looks like. Doo-doo-doo. That doesn't match what I, that doesn't match it either. Okay. Let's open this guy. There we go. That's how that goes. There's a sketch and all kinds of sketches. Let's turn those off. Plate assembly sketches. Oh, all the sketches are still on. There we go. All the joints are on. Holy moly. That is messy. I don't want to change my view settings, but that's how that goes. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's continue. For the upper, use an M3 nut, typically 2 point. Okay, so we have a M3 nut and a screw. Measure what you have first using pliers and a straight Allen wrench. Lock the nut to the end button head. The screw length will depend on your tool head choice. That's what I was curious about. Screw length will depend on your tool head choice. What does that actually mean? Oh, I see. Screw head will depend on your tool head choice. How do I know what here? So we're putting a nut on one of these guys. Lock it on. An M3 nut using pliers and straight on. You want to match the thickness of the lower Maxwell screw. Chapman name was not available, so I had to change it a bit. Here, Chapman. Lower Maxwell screw assemblies to the upper. Measure the thickness of your crimp terminals. Okay. Typically 0.3 to 0.8 millimeter, and use either jam nuts. Wow. Okay. Figure this stuff out as to where these things go. Set up the 3 Maxwell button heads. For the upper, use an M3 nut to match the thickness of the 2 lower to the upper. Hey, dot moment. Let's see. I think these guys are what I want. Let's see if this is 3. Okay, so I have some terminals here. I don't know if that's particularly the ones I want. Oh, these are a little smaller. I think this might be what I actually want. It still does that, but it has a smaller end here. Okay, so these are .635. Another one. Uh-oh. Just, oh. This one is 0.736. I wonder how these are all stamped, which means they are here. Let's clamp it and measure it. Yeah, see, 0.592. Let's do the same here. Just flatten it with parallel pliers and then measure it. 0.595 and 0.592. I feel like that's pretty pretty close enough. 5.9. Oh, that was 5.9. 5.95. Let's just see how close these are. .584. Small M3 spacer looking things somewhere. Small M3 spacer looking things. Three. Small M3 spacer looking things. As part of what? 572. 581. 586. We just use those two. Two. 572. Okay, we'll use those two right there. Okay. So you want to match the thickness of the two lower Maxwell screw assemblies to the upper. Measure the thickness of your crimp terminals. Those are how you set your plate to carriage spacing. 0.5 millimeter M3 spacers, I believe. Use either jam nuts or stacked 6 millimeter, 3 millimeter ID washers to get as close as possible to 2.2 millimeters thick, but not lower, and as matched as possible. 0.2 millimeter mismatch is okay. The docks and the printer will be fine with a tiny bit. Heat press the two heat sets for the tool head screws and ensure they're flush. You want your plate and carriage to be parallel with a minimal gap. Yeah, I'll work through this. I just want to, I'm being careful, making sure I don't miss anything, making sure I don't have to reprint these parts. So I don't know if Andrew set his plate carriage up for crimp terminals. I'm not using Andrew's carriage, but I am using the plate because I'm not using beacon or cartographer. Okay, so I have a couple of heat sets to put in. So, and I can see where those go. Those are going right there and they need to be flush, is what I'm seeing. There's probably a couple that go right there, but I'm going to double check. So, heat press the two inserts for the Maxwell coupling through the print bed side, despite being the wrong way to resist pull-out. Pull-out forces are low here. That's tool head screws and ensure they're flush. So these are the tool head screws. These are what these go through, and from there into there. So let's turn this on. I think I'm gonna need to raise the temperature on my this. So let's get this temperature up. Let's go like 280. Maybe 285 or 90. Let's go 290. I don't know. We'll see how this works. I'm gonna go higher. Let's go 310. There we go. Sit down. Two. Sit down. Okay. Cool. Just like that. Okay, so, and then these two on this side. Tool head mounting. Shadow not well suited for the details. Hope on Discord. Yeah. Hey, Kevin. I printed the PPSCF on my gray Trident that is set up with a Rapido Ace hot end and the Zoll tool head board. It printed its own replacement Zoll parts in PPACF from Soraya Tech. It's an interesting. Weird. I don't trust that. Something is going on with this. I don't like. See how it's pushing the plastic around it? Has anybody seen that? I've never seen that. I kind of noticed it on this side a little bit, but this side it really did it. That's the original. This is the other Carriage. Has anybody seen that? Am I trying to go too hot on this or not hot enough? That, I don't trust that. Look at that. You can see so much of the heat set around that. I don't trust it. These would be okay, I think, but this side, I don't. I think it's, I'm gonna try more heat. I'm gonna try more heat. Okay. Oops, that's not what I want. Let's go all the way up to, I mean, like 340 is my print temp. I'll try it on this one. It is PPS CF. If this doesn't work well, then I'm kind of stuck. Does anybody put heat sets in these? Don't forget the lower HS. Heat set. These? Are you talking about these down here? Okay, let's heat this back up again. Hey, Blam. Okay, so this is 340. I'm gonna try I'm not gonna put any pressure on this. I don't want to push the plastic around. There we go. That was better. Heat sets. Yeah, that was way better. Okay. Let's get that back up. I've never put heat sets into this PPS, so. We don't want to put any pressure because I don't want to push the plastic. Just put very light pressure on here. Press it down. Well, Tridex is PPA. It's a little different. Yeah, I think you're right. It wasn't hot enough. I might even go a little hotter just to experiment. But yeah. Let's go to 360. Really push it. Really push it up there. Okay. You use 300C? Oh, I tried 300C already. It didn't do good. Way better. Okay. Interesting. We're learning. Yeah, I'm doing 360 here, and it's feeling pretty good. Just very, almost no pressure on the print temps were like, I think I set it to 340 for this stuff. It was way better. Let's try it on this side. I'll have to reprint the other piece. This is way better. Doing a little bit of heat sinking with the ruler here. I can feel it get warm, but oh yeah. That compared to that. You see how those sunk in? I try and give it a bit more heat on those first heat sets, see if the plastic conforms a bit. It pushed away quite a bit. I don't know if I'm gonna trust it. I mean, we can try it, but I've never had like ABS do that. Push the plastic away like that. That's perfect. That one, I was still going a little lower on temperature. The rest of them look pretty good. I am going to try heating that one up to see what happens. Just heating it up. Trying not to put any pressure on it. Do a little wiggle it around. See it wiggle just a little bit. Let those cool down. I'll do a little bit of gentle tugging on that one and see what happens. Wonder why these aren't in from this side, since that's the pull direction. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be on that side. This isn't this way, right? Yeah, this goes like that. Okay, where's that longer screw that I had? I don't know. I'm not going to be able to put enough real force on that to test it, but we're just going to call it okay. Nova. Okay, on to the next bit. We have 10 minutes until giveaway time already. Holy moly. Screw length could be, yeah. Okay. Heat press the 2 heat sets for the Maxwell coupling. Do the print bed side. Now these, what is the screws for that go somewhere, and to Maxwell coupling through print bed side despite being the wrong way to resist pull out flushes at low. Evident. How are we doing on people? 250 people. We have barely, actually we don't have 50% likes. Time flies when you go mad. Yeah. Okay, add magnets. Well, this is prep. Feed wire, add electrical, test. The probably want to split out because this, I mean, we're actually doing assembly here instead of prep, especially on the button head screws, unless there's something here that I missed and when you actually put those in. Add magnets. You'll use the carriage to ensure the correct polarity of magnets on the plate. Add one magnet to the carriage. Push the plate into the carriage so this magnet is mostly inserted. Fully insert all magnets. Continue following the same steps as the carriage. Feed wire. Okay, so let's put the magnets on because that's going to be fun. So we've got this. We've got magnets. We should be able to just go that one. Well, now you have to do it one more time, body of evidence, because an even number of times doesn't work. Okay, so that's going to go there. That's going to go there. Yeah. Push and slide away. One. Hope that's right. What's really nice, and I haven't mentioned this before, but I am noting it, and everybody out there should note this. Access for post-assembly unbuilding is a good thing. Much appreciated. Okay, so now that's one. We'll do the opposite one. There we go. What size of wire do you use? I've been using 24 gauge mostly. Testing way easier. So then we have red ones. Same thing. There. And last one. This guy. Nope. Not that one. That one. I mean, at the very least, we need to end up with a fidget toy at the end here, right? Let's flush. That is strong. Hey, Leo. Boy. Who designed small bumps into the Trident leg corners that keep the skirts from pushing in when inserting the power plug or Ethernet? Me. that was mine. Okay, now two more magnets. Two more magnets. Magnet strong. Strong. Jeez. I like N52s. Holy moly. Okay, so now there and one there. This come in. Oh, geez. And push those in there. I don't know, maybe all N52s is a bad idea. As long as it doesn't pull the docks off the front of the printer, we'll be good, right? Okay, now we've got a bunch of, I matched all of those, so we want to keep those there. We need 3. Blam! Thanks for becoming a member. Appreciate it. If you are and set it up right, I use cartographer. Yeah, I'm planning on using a Revo PZ for this, because I'm using Revos anyway. So, okay. Let's get the nuts in here for retention. We have 3 more minutes. Leo, thanks for the gifted memberships. I mean, pulled your name out of the Trident giveaway, so I appreciate the payback now. That was hilarious. Get that one started. Magnet extraction holes are built in from the first version, handy for the 20 iteration. Oh yes. It's not typical though. It is appreciated because it is not typical for folks for designers to do that. It's for bumps on the corners. Oh, so there's a bigger bribe coming. Commensurate with the size of the prize. Which is more valuable, bumps on the corners or Trident kit? Grab a flathead screw here to help push these in. See you, Rencho. Thanks for being around. Once your button head screws are installed, the difference because of the gap is quite noticeable. Yes, that makes sense. Hey, buddy. Yeah? What? Yeah. This. Push some more. This. Weakened up a bit. Yep. The strength of the magnetic attraction is logarithmic to distance. Is that right? Exponential. There we go. All the way. It's exponentially weaker as you increase the gap between. Let's go. Just edging these in. Go. And one more. That's it. Okay, now we need flip this around and so one of the problems with threading into plastic before going into a nut is that often the threads don't line up. So let's see if we can get these to line up. Nope, I think I'm cross-threading it, but That's the best kind of Loctite, right? Ugga-duggas, all the ugga-duggas. Yeah. Yep. Go. And 2 more. Oh, we are 2 minutes over. There we go. That one lined up. And just slightly under flush. And 1 more. Mechanical Loctite does lose grip with heat, so does regular Loctite, right? Okay, that is all together. Yep. Oh, doesn't. I was gonna say. Okay, giveaway time. Giveaway time. Oh no, I forgot to do something. Hold on. Let's fix this. It'll only take a couple extra minutes. I forgot to set up the template. Okay. Link is in the pin post and the description. This Trident is the first build where I meticulously use Loctite in every metal-to-metal connection. Nice. Hey, buddy. Okay, that is there. Let me get a... Let me get this going. Get your entries in. Taking extra time setting this up, so maybe it'll be an extra quick countdown. You never know. And what is this? Sunday the 19th. Talked about the Cascade before, that there were updates. When will this be released? It's closer than it was before. I don't have time though. There's no time. Okay, almost done. Okay, we are ready. Wheel of names. Let's get rid of the old ones. Delete. Do you self-source the BOM for this build, or do you get a kit preview from one of the vendors? There are no kits for this. I did get some parts from Zorencho, some of the pins and stuff. Otherwise, it's all my existing Tridex stuff and other things that I've sourced. So yes, self-sourced. I'd enter if only it was shipped to Australia. The Polymaker filament is worldwide. Polymaker filament is worldwide. Let me change that. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Get your entries in. Get your entries in. Any of you that like to push it. Half. Everybody has theirs in? Quarter? Telltale said. Say. Soon. Doing the New Year's countdown. Oh, there's one. 3. Except from Steve. Steve's holding out. Oh. 24 months. Thanks, Adam. 2. Received the wrong one. What? One. Huge Dino. Thanks for being a member for 9 months. Half. We got to count. Got to start over one more time. Okay. Wow. We're done. And. Yep. Nothing new. All done. 3, 2, 1. Done. Oh, someone got in there. 3, 2, 1. Done. And actually done. Create. Okay, Aetherling got in there first. Who got in last? Who got that last one? Hero creates. Number between 1 and 13. Because Mr. Grande Taco Supreme, it's been here for 16 months. It says, come on, lucky 13. We need a number between 1 and 13. Well, thanks for being a member. And thanks for being a member, Taco. Kitty Tail Raptor. Oh, I don't even know any of these names. Cully, thanks for being a member. Body of evidence says 7. We'll do 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and spin. What do we got? Nobody? Nobody? Nope. Muzen. Muzen. 7. Oh. Oscar. That's interesting. Oh. Muzen, are you here? You are. Awesome. Oscar deleted your name. Bad cat. Okay, Muzen, let's see. That was Oscar's fault. It just disappeared and I realized, oh, yeah. Little turd. Okay, let's see. MUUZ. There is MUUZ. There is only one entry. So we are good. Let me get this sent. There. And there. Oscar veto. That is not a bad idea. We can do an Oscar veto. Okay, Muzen, you should have a thing. Thank you for not having me even have to set a timer. It was so quick on it. Congrats. Digital version of knocking stuff off a shelf. Exactly. Exactly. Is there anything over here you're gonna get? You're gonna break? Okay, unpin and remove from the. If you didn't hit like, go do that. Oscar can be the next 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Okay. We are getting close to having this carriage done. So we have all the magnets in. It is very strong. And Oscar is that cat alien from Men in Black that suddenly eats whole people. Okay. I don't have any. Yeah, I gave away all my memberships earlier this month just to make sure we got them done. Okay. Add magnets. Push the plate. Fully insert all magnets. No flush. Add magnet retention. Nuts and screws. Here we go. I know the run show took off, but add magnet retention. Flathead cap screw nuts. That could probably be just deleted. Flirkin. That's it. Feed wire into physics. Figure out which side you want the wires to go, remembering that the plate will be flipped. Okay, so how does this work? Oh, that's interesting. How does that work? I don't get how that all works. Oh, geez. I don't want to break these magnets either by impacting them. Figure out which side you want the wires to go. Remember, the plate will be flipped. Trim one wire side slightly shorter and feed it straight down through the vertical slot where it can enter the screw or nut area. I don't know that there is one on these. Oh, that's what that, okay, that's where that goes. So that must go in here. And then what is the name of this current song? The current song is Rock Water Plant Building. Rock Water Plant Building. Okay, so this goes together. How does, oh, that goes through there. So how does this, so this guy is gonna go in here. And that's the top. Okay. And that does give a little bit of a gap, so that's right. But the others, where do those go? That lines up with, geez, that lines up with this hole. There's rock water plant building and not water plant cards. I'm just trying to get an idea for how this all goes together. Is there a picture down here? We have pictures over here. Let's go MadMax. Some pictures. That seems weird. The lineup of where things go seems really odd because that's lined up with this big hole here. Is there a heat set that goes in there? Did I put the heat set in the wrong side? Okay, so I see. So these screw holes line up with those heat sets. So is there another heat set that goes in the side here? Well, if you look through there, there's our pins go through right from that hole there. Is there a second heat set that goes in here? It almost looks like it. Yes? Okay. So second heat set that goes in here. And then these guys, wherever these guys will go like this into there, it looks like, and maybe bend down into that spot. So for the button heads on the bottom. Yeah. So there will be some button heads there with spacers to get everything to line up, because this is also okay. Yeah. So let's get a couple more heat sets in here. This is, so we have different kinds of projects we do, right? And I've really been focusing on this, the difference between projects and products, and this is definitely project. So lots of figuring out to do, but that's okay. That is perfectly okay to me to spend the time to figure some of this out. And it'll also educate or inform designers on where, what was that, you? What camera is that you have on the little tripod? This is a OBSBot Meet 2. It is fantastic. I love it. I'm very glad. Very glad I got it. There to go, spray primer and some dollar store crafts. Have fun, TJ. Clown hammer. Here, Robert. Can you hold your plates up again? So if this goes on here, see? Here. Does that help? Yeah, so I think heat set here, and then all the right spacing for these to go right there. Bend that down a little bit. I think that all sounds right. But we need something to be able to screw into on this side. That has a lip in there that makes me feel like it's heat set. Might be fun to get it in there, but that'll be fine. Hey, Killer Prince. Tridex manual says to orient the bag C motor connector facing forward, which makes it hard to insert deck panel and also gets blocked by the PSU and turn it to the side. Okay. Thought nuts go in there. There's no spot for nuts on this one. Inserts, Maxwell screws, and nuts in those bottom holes. Okay, so let's get this thing heated up. And oops, so we need to take this off so we can have a flat surface. That was almost bad. There we go. Nice and easy, but this has to go in quite a bit, but I don't want to over insert it. Looks like it inserted just about right. Ooh, that is dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, that looks good. No, you're good. You're good, Tuxoid. I appreciate the paying attention. Definitely. Okay, so I feel like those could probably go in just a little more. Just be very, I don't want it to. Just wanted to get it looking in there to the ledge where the modeled in ledge was, but not further. But since I've got that so hot, I didn't want to just power through it. Hey Phil, I should have my EBB 36 Gen 2s on, I think DHL says Tuesday. Big Tree Tech is rushing them out to me to have for this project. So I will have them ready to use for next stream. Okay, so now we need to figure out the spacing here. The docks aren't ready, so no rush. Well, I mean, I'm gonna end up using them, so we'll see. Okay, just letting these cool off before I put any screws into them. Okay, so if we scroll up here, it said, you'll DM me the config. Awesome, thank you. For the upper, use an M3 nut, typically 2.2 to 2.4 in thickness. Measure what you have first using pliers and straight Allen wrench. Lock the nut to the end of the button head. You want to match the thickness of the two lower Maxwell screws assemblies to the upper. As matched as possible. How does the upper one actually secure? Is there a nut that's supposed to be on the other side of this? So that goes in there. It's the plate. But it said over torquing and then remove it. So so this is the upper that we put in, and let's put it on. Screw. This we were supposed to over torque, but does that just sit there now? But all of these are going to have spacers there, which means between these and that, oh, I see. So maybe not a nut down here. It might be a half a hex. Is that what goes there? So maybe we use washers now to to match the thickness. So if we've got all of these were basically the same. So let's do this because this will be a little easier. So if we've got 2.34, 2.3 something, and we match these to that, I just need to grab enough washers. Yeah. To set the upper clearance. I thought it's saying to do the lower. It's saying to do the lower. So we should be doing like, that's 2.40. I mean, we're 0.05 millimeters difference, which is well within tolerance of what it's saying. So should be able to do this. Oops, the other way. This, and we're just test fitting this right now, but this should be able to go in here now. That just tightens down right there. This height there is the same. That's a little loose here now, so let me grab another 2 millimeter and tighten up my driver. There we go. Killer Prince, thanks for being a member for 41 months. Yeah, so let's do this again. This says, looks like 3 washers is what I used before. Let's grab 3 washers and measure. Does it say to use Loctite? That one is a little thick, so 2.5, but I could also kind of tell some of these washers were a little thicker. So let's grab you here and hopefully find a combination that's a little thinner. It was 3 washers and it's in my hand. Let's see what this comes out to. Oh, that's, see how much that can vary? We'll swap out one of these for one that feels a little thicker. Oh, for the driver screw? Oh, yeah, I see. Oops. 2.27, get closer. So let's keep the thicker one, swap out one of these others. Let's try this combination. Nope, that didn't make a big difference. That one, that one, that one. Let's try this one. .44 is a little more. Let's try this one. 2.26. Oops. 2.28. A few more of these. Don't knock it. Thanks for being a member for 3 years. That one's a really thick washer. Let's try that thick one and a couple of, yeah, that's way thick. A couple of the thinner ones. See what happens. Nope, 2.5. That's that one. We got lucky that first set of them that I just grabbed, and they were really, really close. Ah, there we go. 2.36. That'll do. There and there. Oops. Now I gotta put the wires on there still, but that should end up. Huh. That's got a very uneven gap. So why does that have an uneven gap? Because it's different pins. So just measuring it wasn't enough. So either, yeah. Oh, maybe it wasn't pushed in all the way? No, that's still pretty uneven, but I feel like we need more of a gap up here. What do we think? Uploaded very basic docs an hour or so ago, so they are finally available in English and correct. Awesome. Hard to see it, yeah. I agree. I feel like I need to tweak the stack up. Is that all? It all sits in there. Fine. I feel like this side needs to be just a little bit. Yeah. See the difference there, even between the two sides on the back. I wonder why that is. I measured it all. Here, let's see. Just, I know this isn't perfect, but 15.1 and oh, almost 0.2 millimeters right there. 15.1 and 0.17 off. And how does this? 15.0. Oh, nope. Just get this in here. Yeah, 14.88. We have some adjustment to do to get all those the same, but I feel like this one could be out just a hair more. You want to make sure it's sitting on the screws and not the plastic. Did look like it was a bit off on the bottom ones. Yeah. So this will rock here because you're single point here, but the point here is for, and this isn't wiggling, positional accuracy, repeatability. That is quite a bit off between those. You can just use the screws to get it where you want it, and then add spacing to get you where you want it. I don't know if this needs to be, that's not very tight. Why are those, why is that just pulling? Interesting. Okay. Oh, it's tight. Okay. Let's try that and see what that looks like. It's better, but it's still, I think, a little, it's really good, really close. It is close. I think this side is still a little thicker than this side though. Up to 0.2 is okay. I know, but I want to get it a little closer than that. Does that go across there? We'll end up putting some wires here, go up through these channels to go whichever side I want for the end stop. What is the product? OD MadMax? Well, Jackie, I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. Yeah, this one's a little thick. This side's a little thick. Does that reflected here? That's right at 15. And that, yeah, that's 14.8. So I want to remove a little bit from this side. I want to remove about 0.15 millimeters from this side. So if I take this, oops, where did you go? Where did that go? It's not on here. Oh, original design. What? Okay, 2.38. I want that to be like 2.23. So let's switch out a couple here. Oh, a little too much. Oh, much. Okay, I keep grabbing similar ones. This one's going to be way thick. 2.37. Ah, there we go. Let's try that. That's only 0.03 away. So let's try that. See how things feel. Okay. $14.92. $14.86. Yeah, that's much more even across there than it was. I see a gap everywhere. You planning on or already have nudge on this machine? I do. I have nudge on this machine. I have it, and I also printed nudge in the PPS filament. Blink. Okay. I think that's one plate nearly done. So now what I'll end up doing is I'll reprint the, what is that? Oh, that's just magnets. I'll reprint the other plate and match at least heights to all of this. This goes on here. Okay. Let me get all these washers back in the thing. That's those. Oh, I'm confused. As a Snapmaker you want a 3D printer or something for a printer you can add? Snapmaker you want is a 3D printer. Now, theoretically, if it wasn't, I think that might be enough to trigger the end stop if you were doing that for Z probing, but I'm not going to. I'm not planning on doing that. So, I think that is good. So what do we want to do next? We want to belt this. Is it belting time? Don't want to lose all these bits and pieces. I think we should belt the printer. These put back up here for now. It's over here. There is a link in the description, James. I don't have any of the fancy triggers set up. Actually, I think I could. I have Nightbot technically set up, but it's not running. Okay. Let us okay, so here's the printer as it is. We put the Perfect Motion Carriage on earlier. This will go on like that, I think. And I will have to make a bumper on the side here to trigger the stop. But I think we can bolt this on. What do we have here? Is 3x10s or 8s or what? Looks like 8s. 3x8s. Step away to take the dog for a walk. Did you talk about this special rail? Yeah, at the very beginning we installed it. Okay. Do you have some wasted print area on the Tridex using MadMax? I don't know. That's a good question, Ojeki. We can get some, maybe some idea. I'm not going to totally tighten these yet. I'm just putting it on here. But if we set this on here, and then this is going to go there, and if we send this over to a dock, which is, where did I put the dock? Where did I put the dock pieces? Oh, I didn't bring them in. I've got the ones that I didn't like the way they printed. Okay, so these guys go over here. This guy will go there. So yes, we will lose with these tool heads. It looks like this will come down, but it looks like we'll lose. That's right there. We can't hit the very front corner here of the bed, so we'll lose a little corner of the bed. It looks like. Hey, Mad Cut. This means on a narrow or regular 250, you'd lose quite a bit of the front. With these tool heads, these are wider than like a dragon burner or an ant head, so I might be sacrificing a little bit of build area to use these. But yeah, I think I'll lose 50 millimeters by whatever. Not the whole side, yeah. With Tridex, you lose the entire sides. But they look cool. This is true. They do look cool. Did you do the design? I like it. The hex design. I like it. Okay, let's get this belted. Yes. Oh boy, all the hair. All the hair. Will you fit a wider bed? No. Okay, belts. Had belts that came off of this. I am going to reuse them. This is it. Oops. These are the short belts, yep. These were the wide, those were those. Can you adjust a slicer to only lose the corners? You can put a, you can adjust the image to like show exclusion zones. Okay. Let's identify the text. Go from there. So I think this should all be correct. So let's just start here and go. Hopefully the lengths are fine. If not, I've got more belt. I'm hoping to reuse this. Just put this up there. This goes here. Let's move these fans. I ended up picking up the GDS time fans. I was actually expecting to get to the tool head assembly today, but I don't think we're going to. Go. And through the back. Here, here, there we go. Let's take it through for here. I've got a little bend in the end of the belt here from the previous install. Oop. Come on. Okay, tweezers. Where's my tweezers? There. Ah. Is anybody not here on Wednesday? Anybody not see the fantastic green filament we made at Protopasta last Monday? Look at that. I did one of the filament workshops, and my goal was to get like the pearl metallic lime green that was used on like early 2000s Viper and a few other cars. And I think we hit it pretty good. It does. So this is, there's no glitter in here. It's all pearl. There's gold and silver pearl in here. It is, I call it venomous green. So I have a roll drying. The first print, test print, I need to set my settings, but the intent is to print the torque RC car in that. So very happy with how it turned out. It's HTPLA. Okay, let's move some of this stuff out of the way. It's through here. Fun. Let's see, maybe we do this. There we go. There. More pearl ABS or ASA. Yeah, I agree. I agree. That's going there. That's there. This comes through here. You know what I didn't check? And I'm going to pull this out. I'm going to pull this out because I did not. How many rolls of it did I get? I ended up getting a bunch because I paid for 2 workshops. I paid for 2 workshops so I could get a bunch, and Max was kind enough to let me use his workshop spot to do that. Ugh. I'm not going to trust past me to have adequately measured the belts to ensure that they're the same length. So I'm going to double check that right now. Do you think HTPLA will work for printer parts? In spite of, and I think Scott does a great job of testing stuff. And I think he understands this too. I don't think that printer parts long-term are appropriate, or HTPLA is appropriate, at least long-term, for printer parts. He is testing that, printed a V0 in it, but if you want a reliable printer and you don't want to be a guinea pig, then don't do it in HTPLA. Okay, so lined up. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, so these are lined up, and then clamp it here. Run these this way. Right off the edge, just barely. Okay, now running this all the way through. Aha! It is 2 teeth off. It is 2 teeth off, see? This is why you don't trust past you. Past you is not as good a builder as present you. If I ever make it out west, so I was wondering how many rolls of it you could get when you do it. The typical is about 1.8 kilograms is what they did as the workshop. I would suggest, if you were looking for more, ask them what their options are for that, because you can, like Bob had a custom color done and paid for however many 10 or 15 kilograms. So there are options. Okay, those are exactly the same length now. If max build space is important with creative configuration, you can remove one tool head and have full build size with one. Yeah. Past me points and lols at current me and then realizes. I'm just gonna point and lol at past me. But I was actually surprised to see that this was 2 full teeth off. Okay, let's rebuild it as Tridex. Let's see if that was all the problems. Hey, Top Fox. Okay, let's do this again. Now that we know they're the same length, let's get this. most important thing. Text is right side up. Rebuild is Tridex build series nested inside of a build series. I am getting hungry. Yeah. I need to get serious about my Lazy Susan. Okay, now we get to see if the belt lengths are the same. Can't I just buy one? Well, I bought the bearing, but I don't know what it would cost, or I haven't found one that's the right size. So I have the bearing. Oh yeah, that should be plenty of belt. Okay, so that's one installed. I use a 2x2 table with caster wheels attached with printed mounts as a Lazy Susan. Yeah, but that's not as handy in this setup. Like the black and silver CNC parts with the orange LDO frame. Yeah, that turned out pretty nice. And it's not quite black, it's slightly off black. We're trying to get closer to the graphite printed parts, but that just wasn't happening. That just wasn't happening. Okay, text up. There we go. This guy up here. I can move these into and out of my working space. Probably won't work as well for filming. Yeah. I have a an IKEA like kitchen island little thing. It's only like 20 inches square in the other garage that I use for a working bench. That works really well, but it just wouldn't do for this. That kind of drooped. Make sure you don't wrap around one of your standoffs, which apparently I haven't tightened. That's okay. I'm probably going to be tweaking some of the growling stomach, tweaking some of this stuff around here. I've got some ideas for how I'm going to route wires, and I'm going to do end stops and stuff. Okay, so that is basically belted. There we go. Now we get to play around with the pins. So let's see what that's going to take. So the way this is set up is to use these parts and a tube go through here. The belt goes in, wraps around, and then there's a pin that goes up through the top of the carriage here and through the bottom, through the middle of this. So then that pushes down through and holds the belts. So you don't have to, here, there's better illustration in the instructions. So pins and belt clips. Here's the pins and belt clips. And you have some parts here. I need to cut these down. No Oscar and Felix camera. They're not here. They're off in other spots. Felix hasn't decided he needs to visit yet. So, okay. So we have some open build style, or is that right? No, not open build. Maker beam style nuts and pins and stuff. So see, the belt comes through and wraps around. So drill out 2 M3 heat sets using a 2.9 or similar drill and get close to 2.95 or so. Use a small table, you press these. This just gives you something to grab onto. For this, I may end up just using screws. Prep. Remove the tiny custom support for each belt clip. Let's go ahead and do that. Where is that? Is that this? Let me bring all my parts out here. Oh, there it is. Okay. So here, I've removed it on one of them. So, come on. See that? Yeah. I'm having such a hard time with focusing on these cameras lately. There we go. That little custom support piece. So that should just pour it out of there. Clear the support area with X-Acto or flush cutter. Is that just that area? Add an M3 T-nut in place and then add M3 button head cap screws on my square nuts. Get 2 of these. Then add an M3 button head cap screw, keeping it as open as possible. It's still holding the T-nut with at least 2 threads. What size screw is that? That's one thing that would be useful here is, what are those? Are those M3 by 10s? Are they M3 by 8s? I'm gonna guess they're 10s. I think that's right. The Carriage plate belt clips are a great quality life thing if you don't do tool changing. You can assemble your tool head completely on your bench, for example, and then just connect and go. I think, let's move this out of the way. So this guy should go through there. Clean up some of this. Does not say in the manual in 3x10 sounds right. It might be somewhere else, but if we're going through here, I haven't seen, and that was a problem up here too. I don't see a lot of mention of what size screws to use. It's probably in the BOM, but I didn't see these flatheads. What size are these flatheads in any of here? Okay, so I kind of just want to make sure that just cleaning up anything around here. And then one of these should go in with just a couple of threads, is what they're saying. Make sure that that'll actually thread in to begin with. Okay, so that threads in just fine. I do want the rounded side. These have because they're stamped, there's a rounded side and a sharp side. I usually put the rounded side down towards the belt. Should go up through here and there we go. Okay, so just a couple of threads. Push that out, just a couple of threads in. Really holding the belt for is just holding the teeth together so it doesn't take all that much. Right. Okay, so now this goes, looks like teeth in to the thing. So if we get these out here, we'll just start with this side. There we go. So this is here, and then this is here. Oops, here. This will go in. And then these will wrap around, come back through. I don't know how much of this we want. This will end up going around this through there. Let's see. So I feel like I probably want a couple more teeth than that, but not by much. Maybe one more tooth. Something like that. Oops, I think I lost it. Yeah, the picture shows, it looks like two teeth sticking out the end. And it's about 2 teeth sticking out the end. And we'll do the same thing on the other side. Now, can you do this when it's already through here? Now, I know I need to cut this, but will this push through and around? So I think we need to make sure we have the same. That's too much. Probably that. Yeah. That looks right. Cutting quite a bit, but I had a lot of stuck in my, cutting quite a bit, but I had a lot stuck inside my stealth burners. Yeah, same. So I'm not tightening that much, but just checking for lengths. Wraparound is all correct. So this is going to end up needing to be cut. I want to try something. I tried cutting this with my, so that'll do something like that. Oops. So I tried cutting this with a little pipe cutter I have. I'm gonna mark this and try again, but with a modification. Right there is where I'm gonna cut it. That goes there. This is a pipe cutter that I've had for years and years and years. It's even made in the USA. I'm gonna take this apart. What happens is, with this fully clamped, this has too much space here to do the cut. I wanna try putting some washers up underneath here, because I actually pulled this apart last night when I was messing with this. But I think your best bet is probably going to be to use a Dremel to cut this. See, there was a little whatever clip pressed down on here. I'm just going to leave that off for right now. Get a couple of M5 washers, I think. A few M5 washers. Hacksaw, that'll work too. Nope, M6 washers. Thought it was close to M5, but it's not. It's M6 will work though. I'll grab some and get these off. I want to try this. I've got M6 washers over here. I don't know how many I need. There we go. That'll go there, and that'll make sure that I can get a little more bite on that. There we go. We get this guy in here. Cut it right there. My sweaty hands aren't letting me get much of a grip on that, so let's see if we can be gentle with the pliers. Yeah, that's working. This is kind of thick stuff, so I don't know how well this is going to work or not. Put it on a drill and spin it. Yeah. This is good. I want to take this somewhat slow. I only have to do 2 of these. It's cutting. It's cutting well, I think. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, it's cut. Okay, get a little bit of burr there, so let me get a, I'll just grab this guy will probably work. Nice. Turned out pretty perfect. There. Look at that. That is like exact. OD ideal or important shaft runs through it. Yep, one of these guys can go through it and all the way through it. Awesome. I would have turned an ID size mandrel on the lathe and used a cutoff tool. You know what? You're absolutely right, Bill. And I have all the tools to do that. But I don't have it set up to do that. I need to get it set up to do that. But that wasn't bad. So let's do it again. Pull this off. It's always a harder way. That's where I started, so I'm going to flip over to the other side. Just going to mark this. I know you're poking. That's why I responded that way. I need to do that. Well, this is working pretty well. So this is a oh, I checked it. It's all good. I did deburr it, and after the deburr, it was fine. Oh, there it goes. So yes, absolutely. It teeny tiny. Let's see how we did on length. Ooh, exact. Holy moly. That is right at there. But that's why I did this. But I'm gonna do this over here, not over my workbench, so I don't have to clean it up. See? But yeah, deburr, and now we have two very close to exactly the same length pieces. Okay, so that guy will go in there. There we go. And I think we want to loosen this pull on these and then tighten it. It doesn't have to be very tight. There. This will go in, set up in there. Oops. See it? It does that. And then we could put this guy how does that go in? Here, let's try a screw instead. Oh, there it is. Oh, we can take this off. Okay, just for now, we'll put a screw in there. Other side, and figure out here. Maybe this will be better view. Okay. Yeah, I've got a lot of extra belt. Tiny Shell Script, thanks for becoming a member. Good to meet you at Vice. I owe you a response in DMs. I've been a little lazy on that stuff since just kind of relaxing the last week. This one is there we go. We can pull this probably all the way over. Make some good tension on these. You can cut it with the steel pin inside to prevent shrinking. Oh, that would work too. Yeah, absolutely. Just deburring the end seemed to work pretty well for this though. Just making sure all the pulley, oh, there it is. That one wasn't set. So now we can see that, too far. Okay, so this back over here is that. Okay. So those are the same. So how far do we want to go on this? I guess it doesn't matter. We can just cut it off after we're done. So grab the other one. Clean this up a little bit. And a 10 millimeter We unpacked half my stuff from Vice. Yeah, that's been a chore here, cleaning up the area here. Okay, get this guy on here. That is not the same. So pick this up and I realize I grabbed two different. So this is a, this probably came in an LDO kit for a V0 or something. Any of the, here's a couple of things. It is far thinner. And then the Maker Beam ones have this pattern stamped in them. So just noticed that as I was picking it up. I want to use the same ones. There we go. A couple of threads in. Okay. So I think this is probably the, I want to make sure that these are fully loose and the idlers are fully loose. So I can pull in. Just to be able to go as far in as possible. There we go. This all goes through. And then this is here. So this goes in and around. But the question is, how much around? I guess it does do that. A little less than that. I'm gonna guess something like that. Let's see how good my guess is. Okay, where is the other pin? Where did I put the other pin that I just got? There it is. Let's put this in here. I've not done this, so you're seeing I've not used this pin setup before. So this is all new to me as well. Hoping is put that pin in there and then adjust these. So those are off by, let's see what we're here. Pretty good there. I think I've got it in the right spot for the top one. So let's match these. So I think if I push this through 2 teeth, pull it this way by 2 teeth. No. What is the best way to make sure that these are the same? Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. I guess that worked. Sure, just missed a bunch. How goes the COVID? Oh, I'm doing fine. I am one that apparently Paxlovid, which is the, and that goes in there. So let's put another screw in there. Apparently Paxlovid is really effective for me. Go. Pull on these and then snug this down. Then we can double check that our lengths are exactly the same coming out of there, and they are. And that's it belted. Then I can cut these off. So that wasn't bad. I couldn't explain exactly how I got that lined up, but I think it's just shifting them around. So for me, I've heard the metal taste thing from Paxlovid, but for me, it's more like a strong coffee aftertaste. It's not metallic at all. It really is like a strong coffee. It's not offensive. It's not offensive for me. This is a Vitali Gantry, and it's you know, Vitali is doing such a good job on the machine work. Just the quality of machining seems fantastic. So I mean, that's all I can really say. I think the 2 screw adjustment in the front is a little not sure about, just because you have a pretty rigid setup here, and you're going to end up with probably 1 screw that is going to tend to come loose. Vitali Live Idler XYs. Yeah, we did briefly chat about that. We might end up seeing something in another build though. Okay, it's belted. We get to tension it, but everything is moving good. Let me make sure everything is seated. And since we double checked our belt lengths and everything is coming up even on all of these, so let's go ahead and use the back as our reference, because that's probably our most stable reference point, and get some tension on these idlers. Those over there. Here, let's use our fancy dancy ball drivers. Okay, so to start, yeah, good thing you guys missed it, those of you that did. I need to go and look at the guidelines because I want to get a booster before I head to Germany next month. So I need to figure out how long I need to wait and then get it not too close so I'm not feeling like crap on the flight over there. So, okay, tensioning. So I'm going to start here. Then once it's tensioned, you don't need to retension to change the carriage. But you need to be able to push. I guess you can clamp your belts or something. Okay, so I'm going to start by making sure that these are fully at its loosest position, and then just take the screws to where they're touching. Right there. Right there. So just touching. Same as we would on like like we did on the Micron, the beefy idlers. And then I'm just gonna pick a point. We're gonna go a turn and a turn. We'll probably do 2 turns to start. Okay, and that's actually getting us to where there's some tension on there. A good squeeze, and you can pull the pins for the belt clips. Well, that's good to know, especially since they don't need to be super tight. Okay, so we're gonna go, actually we'll go for turn, I think we can still use it. Yeah, see, that was completely loose on the top one there. There's always going to be one that's loose, which is the problem with this setup. I will probably be able to, yep, see, the top one I can loosen by finger, the bottom one I can't. But that is probably really close to the proper tension right there. And break out our meter here and see where we're at. Looks like 2 teeth sticking out here is pretty good. Over here, it doesn't bind up on the pulley, on the idler. So let's just set that right there and see what our tensions are at. There we are. Move this back a little bit. Hold this even. Give it a little. We're pretty low. We're right under 2. We're a little further under 2 on this side. Let's go ahead and do some adjustments. Let's go half a turn on all of them. See where that takes us. Go just a little bit more on this side. See you, Andres. Oh. That's pretty good. A little 2.3, 2.35. .3 even, maybe 2.2. So let's go a little bit more on this side. Move it around, stabilize it. There. See where we're at. Maybe 2.3, 2.4, 2.35. .3. Let's go a little bit more over here. Out there. Right at 2.4. Right at 2.4. Okay, I'm going to leave it right there. Let's see how we're doing back here. Yep, we're not shifting, so I'm going to call that tensioned. And then we can squeeze this, pull one of these, put it back in, squeeze it, squeeze it. Come on. Get this in here. There we go. Yep. There we go. Sweet. Oh, this thing? Yeah, this is the PF Makes belt tensioner. You can buy a kit, you can self-source the parts, you can get them pre-assembled from West 3D. See you, Neil. We're just about done here. We're at nearly 5 hours. That does not seem like we got very far in 5 hours, but I was being very meticulous in how this goes. This is critical for this fit, for these parts to be correct. I think it's time well spent. This is done, so let me work these because we just make sure they were pretty tight. But I think this is the care you take in a build is going to have a direct impact on your success in the end. So here's a plate. And here is a tool head on the plate, or at least the cowling. There we go. It even balances on there. That's going to look pretty fantastic with 2 of those on there. I'm really happy. I'm going to reprint another one of these. I will set it up with all the stuff so we don't have to do that. Take time to do that next stream. Next stream, we will be putting the A4Ts together with Galileo 2s. I may, in the interest of time, build one in between if I have time. And then that will also mean that I've tested it and made sure that everything works. We will go through the same thing for a second one on camera next week. One of the nice things about having a multi-tool head build is I can do half of it off camera and not lose any content, right? So yeah, I'm pretty pleased. That looks pretty good. I'm going to trim these belts down. See your first impressions while building your first A4T next week. Next week. I have played around with it, and there is a lot going on here. It is very clever. So, oh, I see. You wanted to see before. Here, I'll tell you what. If I do build one of these tool heads, I'll do it in Discord this week. One of the evenings in Discord. If you want to check anything for the EBB Gen 2 prep, let me know. Okay. It is good. Or if I don't have anything to do on Wednesday, maybe that's what we'll do on Wednesday. We shall see. One warning though for Wednesdays is I may push my time, actually bump it up to 4 o'clock instead of 4:30. So we'll see. I'm thinking about that. And that'll give us an even 3 hours of time to work on stuff on the Wednesdays. So, right, we're right approaching 5 hours. So, appreciate it, everybody. Thanks Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament. Thanks Retro for the design. You're going to like the assembly for the A4T quite a bit. It's a nice tool head. DW Test done a good job on it. Yeah, what I've seen so far, I'm impressed. So, it'll be fun. Keep an eye out on Discord. I haven't set up a role to ping for when I go live on Discord, but if you see me on there, feel free to jump in. Like I said, I may build one of these in Discord and then save the other one for Sunday, or we might do it Wednesday, or I might get busy on something else and we'll just do it all on Sunday. So with that, have a good rest of your weekend. Hope to see you Wednesday. Enjoy the build, and I'll see you next time. Bye.